Hello there. Good morning. We're going to play some Final Fantasy XIV. I am just a little obsessed at the moment, but with the newest thing coming out and all that. Let me check and make sure. Are you making sounds? Can I hear you? Please tell me my mic is on. Hey, very good.
Oh yes. Oh, the kitty. Oh yes. Hi, kitty. Oh, hi.
Okay. All right. Well, I've leveled Pictomancer, but apparently not enough. I guess it's level 83, not 82. But we do have other thingies we can do here. I believe. Hello. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm going to get all of the various job quest things out of the way over here. So the little side stuff here in the studio, because there's quite a bit of side stuff I can get done already in the studio today. Let's work through them, shall we? Culinarian, not yet. Carpentry. Hey! I don't think the carpenter can do stuff, but I think it's the leather worker that can do the last mission over here. Ugh. The pill in the morning is so disgusting. I gotta take. Ugh. It's awful. Thank you. The completion of the Starlands is in sight. Without you by my side, I would have no doubt given up before the journey even began. And I speak not just to finding the Azure Star, but also confronting Jeremir as to why he quit astronomy. Words are not enough to express my gratitude. Now, here we stand at the finish line, and I have one last request to make of you. Channeling magic into the Starlands requires a wand. Would you please craft one for me? Well, yeah, sure, I can do that. Hi, kitty. Yes, I love you too, man. Should you ever find yourself short of materials, please help yourself to whatever's in the trunk. Oh yes, Kitty is really into it. Sorry. Had to hide reality. Hello. Hi. Kitty's just nomming on my arm over here. He's like, Father, I crave attention. I need love and attention. Always. I need more. Give me more attention, Father. Says the cat. You're stop numbing on my arm. He's like, delicious arm. And there you have it. You got a Starlands wand. Have you finished crafting the final piece? Here's your Starlands. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Oh, it's absolutely perfect. Now I have all the necessary parts. All that's left to do is search for the Azure Star. When that time comes, might I be so bold as to ask you to join me? There's also one other individual I wish could be there. That being said, there's no guarantee the Azure Star even exists. I do not wish to disappoint them again. Even so, I would like to search the skies once again with Jeremir. After all, it was a dream we shared for a decade, and at least asking would be a form of not at least asking would be a form of betrayal in itself. Sure. Given the time, he's most likely at Ock Landing, reciting poetry with his friends. As soon as I finish putting everything together, I shall go straight there. Please wait with Jeremir for me at Ock's Landing. All right, sure. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, let's whip out Botanist. We've already amassed so much data from the professor's research, I cannot imagine what we will turn our attention to next. I love this outfit for the botanist, by the way. It is so stylish. Hey there. Good, you're here. There's something I wish to discuss with you both. What is? I'll be informing the student that my research has concluded. Oh, really? What? But why? My apologies for keeping this from you, but my research had an ulterior motive. It was, in fact, part of a contingency plan devised by the Forum, that plan being a mass exodus to another star. And the true goal was to determine what cultures are worthy of preservation, and how said preservation might be accomplished. I don't understand. Are you saying the Forum has resigned itself to abandoning this world? It had. I'm afraid so, yet the fact remains that culture can only... Any knowledge we might feasibly preserve now is no different from the myriad tomes collecting dust in the halls of the studium, which is why, apart from research being conducted in Labyrinthos, we were tasked with finding suitable cultural elements we might actively preserve for those in the future. It was during our most recent endeavor that I found an answer to this great conundrum. Hence, it's no need for further research. I need to simply summarize our findings in my thesis. My sincere thanks to both of you for your hard work. Truly, the pleasure was all mine. I pity our work must come to an end. Yes. Well, did you have any plans for after our research is finished? I cannot say that I do. Our work together has been so engaging I could scarcely think of aught else. In fact, it's been quite some time since I paid visit to my parents. Which reminds me, they said that they found a new suitor when last we spoke. Something to look forward to on the voyage home, I suppose. The suitor? God, am I too late? Oh, if only she'd stayed a short while longer. What do I do? You got to chase after her, bro. Well, I was hoping she would accompany me on the next venture, research of a ceremony of sorts. I say research, it's more of a, you're going to ask her to marry you? Oh, Tonkin. Such roundabout thinking is how you got yourself in this mess. My recent endeavors together with Hingeshi made me realize just how much she means to me. I realize the foolishness of harboring these unrequited feelings, but I can contain them no longer. It's precisely why I intend to propose. There's nothing foolish about love, Tonkin. Thank you, my friend. I certainly hope you're right. Yeah. But before I propose, it would be prudent to learn how she feels about the matter, and for that, I require your help. Though I understand if you would rather not involve yourself in such a personal matter. Oh, yeah, man, I got your back. Well, you will help me, truly. Well, then perhaps not all is not yet lost. You see, my plan is to fashion an eternity ring. I wish for it to be something memorable, which is why I would ask you to procure materials for the ring from the place where Hingeshi and I first worked together, Labyrinthos. I shall see to the rest, and have hopefully steeled my nerves in the interim. Sure. Eternity ring material required to be found near methyl argonomics. Okay. Let's see here. More carpentry.
The Lelier estate.
Oh, it's you again. I apologize, but we have nothing more to discuss. You may have nothing more to say, but I have plenty. Jude. The Starlands that Peter and I have been working on is now complete. It would mean the world to me if you came to watch me begin my search for the Azure Star. I'm sorry, Jude. I'm afraid that's something I cannot do. What do you mean you cannot? This is your childhood friend we're talking about. You should go on with him. If the Azure Star truly does exist, isn't it your duty to be by his side when he learns the truth? You don't understand. I searched for a decade for that star. It's nowhere to be found. A decade? Surely you jest. What an absolute time that was. I think you were this close to throwing out all the best years of your life chasing the figment of your imagination. If such a thing even existed, the top academics at the Faculty of Astronomy would have already found it. You not even take that into consideration? By the gods, you're even dumber than a sack of rocks. You? How dare you? Oh, are you talking to me? You, nor anyone else, has the right to ridicule us. Threaten and laugh at me all you want, but you will not strip me of my dream. Or maybe what you need is some sense knocked into you. Come through me if you want to do that. I strongly recommend against that. You see that craftsman there? He's actually an adventurer from overseas. And certainly not someone you want to pick a fight with. Even you don't stand a chance. Well, you best watch your back. And off they go. Jude, in all these years together, I don't think I've ever seen you so upset. Much less speak up the way you did. I'll admit I surprised myself a little. My heart is still pounding. I couldn't let it go when I thought about everything you had invested. The audacity he had to utter such words. I lived, ate, and breathed that dream. When I discovered there was no hope of fulfilling it, the despair that overcame me was beyond words. I felt worthless. Which is why I could say nothing earlier. Even if some of the members of the Poetry Club are a little rough around the edges, this is the only place I have. When we were children, and I was crying because I didn't fit in with the others, you invited me to join you stargazing. You gave me a place to belong in this world. And now I'm asking you to join me in that place once more, gazing up at the skies. Very well. But this will be it for me, Jode. Well, then let us make our way to Scholar's Harbor. I must first return to the workshop and retrieve the Starlands, so I'll meet you two there. Sure. It'd be hard to see the stars during the daytime, but whatever. To think, Jude has changed so drastically in such a short period of time. It seems what he needed was not someone to take him by the hand, but rather coax him forward from behind. Well, see ya. Skyrim's got me wanting to harvest that lavender as I run by it. That was how I spent my time waiting for Dawn Trail to drop. Wait, 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 all day long. Here I wait while I sing a song. Floating stabs. That's how you make a star lens. And there we go. Let us begin then. Wrong voice, sorry. Let us begin then. That's the right voice. Boom, baby. So this is the star lens. Doesn't look like much. "10 years ago on that faithful day, we were trying to attempt to observe the constellations aligning with the fifth heaven's gate. I began by positioning the star lens in the same manner. Oh, look. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The stars can be seen with such clarity. However, the azure star we saw back then does not shine among them. Not that I expected anything different. After all, one cannot see, even with the state-of-the-art technology, that which does not exist. You did well, Jude. The star lens is quite an impressive piece of work. Wait. It is for this exact reason the amplifier exists. Or do we need more? Here, have a little extra magic on me. Ethereal boost. Hey. Jude, I want to believe it exists just as much as you, but... It exists. It's there, somewhere, right before our very eyes. Please, reveal to us your brilliance once more, just as you did 10 years ago. Supernova's not coming back, though. Jaromir, look. It's real. It truly does exist. We didn't imagine it. It is real. Why did I give up so easily? Jude, you truly are extraordinary. Aw. It's good stuff, this. though, if there's anyone that can accept this reward. Pieter, thanks to all that you've done. Our decade of hard work did not go to waste. Which reminds me, did you see where Jeremiah wandered off to? He was with us when we entered the studium grounds. Not really, no. Ah, yes, this feels much better. Now that looks more like the Jeremiah I know. Pieter, wouldn't you agree this style suits him better? That's some nice fabric. By the sound of it, Pieter wholeheartedly disagrees. Thank you, at least, for attempting to mask your distaste with a polite compliment. Either way, I finally come to realize that simply transforming my appearance does not change who I was on the inside. But that is neither here nor there. What I wish to talk about is the Azure Star. There's something about it that has been niggling at the back of my mind. How is it you succeeded with an ancient lens made of water, but the latest most advanced equipment from the studium failed? Ah, of course. The star lens allows us to see by capturing not the light of the stars, but their aether, correct? Mm-hmm. I see. You believe that due to how far away the Azure Star resides from us, a traditional telescope would have trouble capturing the light it emits. The star lens, meanwhile, can capture an image of its aether, the very life force of the star. I can scarcely imagine how much further our technology must advance for telescopes to perceive such distant celestial bodies. Strange, then, we were able to see the Azure Star those years ago. How do you suppose we accomplished such a feat? At the time, we were using a toy crafted for children. The lens, contrary to popular telescopes, was made from a low-quality crystal. The aether of that crystal lens is likely what allowed us to pick up the star's glow. But after we reported what we saw, the Faculty of Astronomy conducted their own observations under similar, if not identical, conditions, and found nothing. What if the intensity of its ethereal emissions is prone to periodic fluctuations? An ethereal cycle, if you will. It stands to reason that 10 years ago, the Azure Star reached its peak. A brief, miraculous window, wherein the star's aether was such that we could catch a glimpse with our crystal-lensed telescope. Incredible. As always, Jeremiah, you've always been so sharp. Sharp or not, my abilities pale in comparison with your sheer drive, Jude. Thanks to said drive, we discovered an alternative means for viewing stars in the night sky. And if your theory is correct, that means there are far more stars out there than we even suspected, waiting to be discovered. It certainly seemed that way. This may very well revitalize and revolutionize the field of astronomy. Then let us continue working together to find them, Jeremiah. Let us continue to breathe life into the dreams of those two young boys from 10 years ago. Jude, you forget. I'm no longer with the Faculty of Astronomy. In case you've already forgotten, I'm a rather persistent fellow. I waited this long. I can stand to wait a little longer for your return. I cannot argue with that. Never did I think, when we began this journey, that it would come to such a spectacular end. And thank you once again, Pieter. While our time together was short, it was incredibly fruitful. I'm devastated to have to say goodbye. We, however, shall continue to reside under the same stars. When I want to remember our time together, I'll simply look to the stars. I pray we'll meet again. You always remain a treasured and true friend of mine. Sure. The fires of Efreet, nay, the Phoenix, have taken up residence in my heart, where they will continue to burn forevermore. Yeah. Oh. Esteemed contributor from the Faculty of Astronomy, you completed all of Jude's tasks and now considers you a treasured friend, trusted friend. Keep an eye out for others in the studium who require the help of an able artisan. You never know who you might be in need of your skills. Cat, you're distracting me. Alright. 9. Craftsmanship. Let me make sure I didn't accidentally. Okay, good. Control. CP plus 9. Action point plus 7. Craftsmanship plus 7. Craftsmanship plus 7. Or CP plus 7, I should say. Craftsmanship plus 14. CP plus 7. CP plus 6. All right. Mend. All right. And Labyrinthos. Merrill Ergonomics. Grab some Eternity Ring materials while we're down here. Grab an Eternity Ring material. Alright. Well, I mean, while we're here. Grab some dark hemp. The hemp of darkness. Iceberg lettuce. I believe I've seen that feather being requested from someone, so we're going to grab a feather also and just keep it on our person. Aether conductive feather. I'm pretty sure that someone was requesting this. And we're gonna have so many of these freaking feathers. And like pristine condition. Anyone who wants a pristine feather, I got plenty. Was it Alphino's mom? I can check. Oh. Greetings, Peter. Have you come with the delivery today? Did you perhaps care for a spot of tea? Yep. When writing the particulars of a spell or ritual on parchment, much like ink, a quill highly conducted to aether will produce the best results. As feathers are key material, I will carefully inspect each and every one, if you'll excuse me. I'm at a loss for words. These are simply outstanding. Should students grow accustomed to such immaculate craftsmanship, I feel nothing less than ever satisfy them again. I shall take great pains to explain the unique circumstances under which this has been commissioned. Okay. Making the first successful delivery, you've begun to earn Meliance's trust. Your satisfaction will increase each time. Yeah, you want feathers? I got your feathers right here. Perfect. This is more than enough for now. You've done amazing work, Peter. It occurs to me that for all of your prowess in battle, I've been known how to say, appear wholly unaware of your remarkable skills as an artisan. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to boast of your many talents in my next letter to them. Sure, why not? I've returned from the studium, Lady Emiliance. Welcome home, Mila. How was your first day of classes? Oh, it was wonderful. Not only the professors, but my classmates were too astonishingly friendly. I can hardly believe how many friends I've already made. That is reassuring to hear. I must say you wear the uniform quite well. Goodness, you're making me blush. Well, thank you, Lady Emiliance. Not just for the compliment, but for everything. Once I have learned to wield spells for my studies here, I shall return home triumphant, having proved my mother wrong. Would you care to elaborate? Yes, of course. For generations, those in my family have traditionally become alchemists, each of us pouring our hearts and souls into the creation of medicine. The final days, however, changed everything. I saw firsthand that there were countless lives not even the most advanced medicine can save. I came to the decision that I must learn to wield magic, even if it meant traveling as far as Charlene. Against my mother's wishes, but at my father's urging, I took my chance and made my journey here. Now, you've been through an awful lot, haven't you? Why, pray tell, is your mother so opposed to your learning spellcraft? I cannot say for certain, but alchemy has long been a source of pride for my family. She may find my decision to study an alternative discipline offensive, as though I'm rejecting my lineage in some way, which simply is not the case. Though I love alchemy, I'm so beholden to it that I'm blind to its shortcomings. To me, the decision is simple. If magic can save more lives than medicine, then I must learn to wield it, even if it breaks my mother's heart. But with all that said, I still hardly know left from right when it comes to spellcraft. I am surprised my application for the academic homestead was even accepted in the first place. You've earned your place here, Mila. Nothing more, nothing less. But thank you for speaking so candidly with us. Know that you have our full support, whatever you need. Pray do not hesitate to ask. Yeah. You're far too kind. I have a lot of ground to make up, but I promise I will not let you down. All right. Satisfaction level up. It now considers you appointed to House Lavalier. There's something I clicked through a little too fast. Yet there's still much to be done. Okay. I've no doubt there are other students from abroad who, much like Mila, struggle with their spellcraft. As such, supplemental tools for their studies may prove beneficial. Toads and magical folk, most of all. The better the quality, the more quickly they should be able to master the basics. I trust I can count on your assistance. Oh yeah, you can count on me. Marvelous. Thank you, Pieter. Customer deliveries list from Miliance has been updated. It is good to see you, Pieter. I trust the procurements of various odds and ends from the Homestead program have proceeded apace. I'm ever curious to see what wonders you'll bring. Ethereal-conductive focus materials. Ferroconductive materials. All right. Let's if I happen to come across them. All right. To the studium. Bye, my love. Have a great day. I'll see you soon. Have you found something suitable? I don't mean to rush you, but I feel time is not on our side. Here are the materials you need. Thank you. Now, to set about fashioning the ring. Well, before you go, may I ask one last favor of you? Please deliver this letter to Himegeshi. Sure. I haven't looked at achievements in a minute. Just want to make sure we're all good. I think that's why you do that. Made that carpenter free. What did I pick up? Master Carpenter's Ring. Got it. probably just turn it in on my gear. I'm gonna go to him. Hi, kitty. I love you too, bro. Alright. Hey there, Hinegeshi. I can still hardly believe our work with Professor Tonkin's over. It was foolish of me to grow so attached, I know, but I've never been so happy as when I'm with him. A part of me wishes he felt the same, that we might have grown closer in the short time we had together. But alas, life rarely lives up to the expectations. Thank you again for all of your help. I had better be going now. Here's a letter for you. A letter? From the professor? He says he wishes to discuss his future works for the studio and that I am to return immediately, but he should be writing his thesis. Whatever could be so urgent? Only one way to find out, I suppose. Yep, only one way. I know, we are absolutely full of purrs. I know, buddy. My cat's like, I just have so many purrs. Oh my gosh, I'm overflowing with them. I can't stand it. Delivered the letter. Good, now I need to wait for her arrival. Okay, you gotta hang now. Sorry to keep you waiting, Professor. Thank you for returning on such short notice. You see, there's something I must tell you. To be brief, how should I say this? You noted in your missive you wish to discuss future matters with me. Have you, by chance, perchance, decided on another subject of study? No, not exactly. You see, Hinegeshi, I would like to officially list you as the lead author in my current thesis. Naturally, this will require you to contribute extensively to its composition as well. A fine opportunity for you to put forth writings of your own as well. You would trust me with the position of lead author? I would be honored, of course, but you who did most of the work. I could not possibly steal the plaudits you so rightfully earned. Nonsense. I've learned so much from you over the course of our research. It would be not fraudulent of me to take all the credit. Is that so? Well, I had no idea. Well, I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Professor Tonkin, for I cannot stay. My parents have completed arrangements for me to meet with this new suitor they've found, and so I must return at home at once. You shall do nothing of the sort. Professor, please, there's still plenty of time till the thesis must be submitted, yes? Surely you can stand to wait until I've met with... The thesis is not what concerns me, Hinegeshi. It's... Ham, didn't you prepare a gift from her? You have a gift for her, right? Oh, yes, of course. Not for you. I feel my nerves would have gotten the better of me. Thank you. Our work together has taught me a most valuable lesson. It's not an environment that makes a home, but rather the people one shares it with. And in time, these people may form the deepest of bonds. Inageshi, the time we've spent together has been the happiest of my life. And I do not wish for it to end. Say that you'll stay with me, that we may enjoy our simple pleasures of life together, one day at a time. Professor Tonkin, I don't know what to say. You're well within your rights to refuse if that's your want. Should you choose instead to be bonded with this suitor of yours, I'll not stop you. Bonded? Whatever are you talking about? Did you not say your parents found you a suitor? No, you have it all wrong. The suitor's not for me. It's a business partner for my parents. Your parents? You didn't know my parents are both botanists, yes? Well, they recently introduced a potential financial supporter who wished to know more about my research interests. I thought it an opportunity to secure funding for our next venture, and so I agreed to meet with him. Next venture. Of course, you won't be getting rid of me so easily, Professor. There's still so much for me to see, so much to do. Then does this mean you've accepted our proposal? Proposal? I'm not sure I follow. And may I ask why you have that ring? Well, you see, this ring is used for the ceremony of eternal bonding, and I was hoping you might join me in a recreation of the ceremony. Recreation? Absolutely not. Uh, then let this be the first of our many real experiences together. Inageshi, will you join me in the ceremony of eternal bonding? I thought you'd never ask. They all live happily ever. I now pronounce you big dude and little girl. I know not what the future holds, but so long as we are together, I know our days will be filled with joy and happiness. A lifetime of new experiences and endless possibilities. Hey, why'd you invite all these people to watch you make out? This was all so sudden. If you told me this was a dream, I might have been inclined to believe you. Nevertheless, it gladdens me to know we will continue living together as we are. Though a small change of pace now and then would not be a terrible idea. Perhaps we'll take a trip once this thesis is dealt with. Oh, speaking of trips, we will have to pay a visit to my parents, first and foremost. A splendid idea. I had a feeling you'd think so. But before that, I wish to thank you for helping to complete our great work, and more importantly, for bringing the two of us together. I believe I speak for us both when I say that you have our eternal gratitude. Huzzah. Esteemed contributor to the Faculty of Anthropology, you've completed all of Hinegeshi's tasks. She now considers you a master matchmaker. Keep an eye out for others in the studio and they need your help. 'Tis not hereafter. All right. Craftsmanship plus 21. Okay. Okay. Cupping with cheese. It occurred to me right as I was leaving. Wait, I should do the other thing first. Okay, throwing away. I must make that moose slime mine. You wouldn't happen to be that intrepid adventurer from Theros, would you? If so, I'd like to enlist your help in collecting some moose slime. Slimy sensation has stuck with me ever since I first laid my paws on it. The stuff is fiercely corrosive. I got impatient. Moose slime that I'm after. No more moose slime is what I require. I must have more. Now accept the next job quest. Alright, time for the next job quest of Pictomancer. But before I do... let's work on cutting the cheese, shall we? Hey, Bill, anyway. What's up?
You're here, and not a moment too soon. Sorry to call you so abruptly, but you were the first person who came to mind when I thought of who might be able to help. Do you recall the domiciles we were planning to build for the excavation? I don't mean to brag, but they were immaculate, positively perfect, except, of course, for the ever so small oversight of being 3 times larger than necessary. At least that's what I believed before speaking with Ariane J. I learned a lot from him about what we should and shouldn't make of the domiciles, and so I began to make changes. Small at first, but they soon became much bigger, more drastic. By the end, I was drawing up wholly new plans by the minute.
Alright.
And I was too ambitious. The myriad plans I dreamt up overwhelmed our automated construction machine, the Big Cheese. Even as we speak, it's burrowing underground with reckless abandon. If we don't stop it, the domiciles will be the least of our problems. The entire moon will be likely ending up look like a trunkle of whole-field cheese. Delectable? Perhaps, but utterly unfit for habitation. We tried going after it ourselves, but the survey team never made it past the security systems down there. At least I don't think so. They've yet to return and aren't answering our communications. I'd rather not resort to brute force, but I can think of no other way, and no other person to see the deed done. Would you be willing to go down there and stop the Big Cheese?
Sure.
Thank you, thank you. Head down to Smelton, and I'll see that you're let in.
Smelton, now accessible. Smelton can now be accessed via the Duty Finder. Let's tell you what. Let's do Pictomancer first.
Popo's eyeing you with approval. I see you've been diligent in your training, Peter. You look more confident with that magic brush on your back and exude an aura of a proficient pictomancer, Kupo.
Oh, that's good to know.
I can readily tell these things, for I once traveled with a pair of pictomancers, after all.
Story time?
Your soul crystal used to belong to one of them. In fact, his name was Genelique, and he was an exemplar of our art. The other was Genelique's apprentice, a girl named Baruru. Despite having seen only 16 summers, she's already an accomplished pictomancer. And she's a friend of mine who's missing, Kupo.
Missing? That's a bit of a worry, isn't it?
Well, she's missing in the sense I don't know where she is. I don't fear for her safety. With her abilities, she can more than fend for herself. It was hard for Baruru when Jelekling passed away. He was a grandfather to her. Even now, she must be feeling so terribly alone. That's why I want to find her and make amends. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to learn anything about where she might have gone. But I won't give up. In hopes of picking up Baruru's trail, we'll retrace my journeys with her and aid those in need along the way.
That sounds like a great plan.
I'm glad you like the plan. Now, you'll want to bundle up extra warm, because our first stop will be in Korthus. Camp Dragonhead, to be precise. Shall we?
Perspectives in perspectives in pursuit. There we go.
God, it's cold, Kupo. Just like when I visited with Janalik and Baruru. Baruru had never seen snow before, and she was the picture of glee. She rolled up a snowball and threw it at me with all her might, and then she threw another and another, and soon I found myself in dire straits. Oh, I'm in dire straits. Yes, just so. I found myself buried in dire straits. Wait a minute. What are you doing here, Master Hearer?
Well, now, what a curious coincidence we should cross paths here. I've come to the camp as an emissary for Gridania. Alas, my guardian counterpart with whom I was to meet was wounded during a training exercise prior to my arrival. I attended to him as best as I could, but I'm afraid the outlook is grim.
Oh dear. Are his injuries that grave?
Well, the injury itself wasn't life-threatening. The resulting wound was soured. The poison courses through his body, against which my magics are ineffective, and now he burns with a terrible fever. Just at this moment I recalled a treatment that would purge the impurity, but it requires a horn of a rare Hiltbeest. I have no skill in hunting.
And that sounds like a job for our promising pictomancer. Peter here can find this Hiltbeest and take it down with a few swift brushstrokes.
Oh yeah, sure, I got that.
You would aid me again? Oh, your kindness knows no bounds.
Oh sure, I got you, fam.
It would be prudent to question the garrison about the Hiltbeest. The creatures are rare, but the knights will have sighted one during their patrols.
Perfect. We'll have that horn ready in no time. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
All right. All right, Bright-Eyed Knight, what do you got for me? This can be discarded. This can be discarded. This can be discarded. All right, I think we're good on everything else. Peter, you're ever welcome here. Is there aught you require? Yes, this is the voice. I see. Yours is an elusive quarry indeed. As it happens, a comrade of mine chanced upon a hilt beast by the still vigil only yesterday. With luck, it will still be near. You cast your gaze across the snowy hillside and observe nothing of note. Cast your gaze across the snowy hillside and see nothing of note. You spy a horned silhouette at the entrance of the Weeping Saint. A hartebeest, perhaps? Obtained his horn. He's no longer horny. You've returned. Please tell me you've obtained the hartebeest horn. One hard horn. As requested. Yes, this is the horn. I cannot thank you enough. I shall use it to prepare an infusion for the ailing knight. At once.
No sooner did you arrive here that you helped a soul in need. Well done, Peter. I hadn't expected to aid the same person twice, but the road is full of surprises, and a Pictomancer prospers from every experience.
As you yourself said, the journey is of paramount importance to the Pictomancer.
It sure is, Kupo. A journey to new places is a feast of the imagination, and a well-fed imagination produces more vivid pictures. If you want to grow as a Pictomancer, you can't simply stay in one place. You must go forth and see what's out there. By the way, have you been to Ishgard before? You have, yes. Looking back on your first visit, what emotions and sensations have remained with you the most strongly?
The sorrow of those caught in an unending war. It was truly sad.
Yours was an arduous journey indeed, Kupo. I can scarcely imagine just how difficult your trials must have been. But it's because you've seen the horrors of war, I think, that you understand the plight of the powerless, who always suffer the most. And thank you for sharing this with me, Peter. To hear what's most important to you inspires me to be hopeful, Kupo. Now, as I did back in Gridania, I'll make inquiries here about my friend Baruru. Until it's time for us to move on, I bid you keep up your training.
Sure.
Level 85 is the next one. Interesting. All right. Well, what's next on the agenda? Smileton, huh? Need level 90. Less than 5 minutes. Yeah, I expect this will go very quickly. The dungeon itself, probably not as much. In fact, I should probably pee, since I'm thinking I need to pee. Let's do that real quick. All right. Oh, okay. So while we're waiting on that one, let's go where no leopard has gone before. Meet up with Jammingway, so we can get done with him. Hey there, Claudia. Greetings, Peter, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure Nemeji has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I'm Claudia, leader of this little research collective. I must admit, I've been nervous about this meeting ever since Nemeji set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there's no greater honor than to meet the first man in history to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale. The professor often speaks at length about your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other Charlatan, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single man, we must seize the precious opportunity to learn what we can from him, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. What is it? It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the antitower in the Dravanian hinterlands. There we spoke with Heidelin, and learned of the fate that would befall this star in the final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Liberanthos, and through the Ateoscope did we continue our vigil. As impressive a work as this device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. It brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. This was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information that we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus toward the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amid the sudden upheaval. Hello, Bruni! But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, this crisis is now behind us, and we're free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets. And now we would have you see for yourself. Huzzah. Oh, this is a long cutscene. Here's the crystal in question. If it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. All right, let's see what is. Oh. Yes. I know someone who bears a similar crystal. As I thought, you do know what this is. Please, tell me everything. So this crystal houses some kind of zodiac sign inside of it from the heavens. And that tells you all kinds of things about the person, like their memories, what they can think and such. I see. The Ascians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Oh, fascinating indeed. If it's plain this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards in the battlefield, or storied stones passed from master to student. A comparison between such artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in revealing its true nature. What do you think, Professor? Ascian memories, windows through which we can gaze upon the convocation of the 14. Unlike the crystal in Pietro's story, this one bears not the mark of a convocation. Who then could these memories belong to? More importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift in the ethereal sea? Professor Fess or Claudian. Huh? Yes? I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there's propriety to consider. We have a guest, one who you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time? What? Well, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry. I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. Yeah, we're just gonna have to go. Oh, well. In the depths of the moon we go. Smileton. In the Sea of Stars. See, I'm picking up various dungeons as I go, and just trying to go through my processes here. Man, I wanted to look at everyone. Going to do roulette. Not just right yet. This is the first time doing this theory. Here we go. So you died a lot on this one? I hope I don't, but I probably will also. Mostly got lost. It does seem easy to get lost here. That's my problem. I'm too zoomed in. I'm like, what's wrong? Something is definitely wrong here. Those smiley thinkers. Face, the horrible face. Let's keep the time. Trying to attack and defend at the same time. Kind of tough. It's healer life, right? All right, here we go. So blue is good, red is bad. I'm assuming. Hey! Let's see it. Alright, let's continue. What are we waiting on? I have no idea what was going on right there. So the fight here? Okay, good. And there we have it. The frameworker. Idiot. Wrong button. Prepare for replicate synthesis. Scan complete. Synthesizing replicant. Alright. Welcome wheel is no longer... Oh, we got... Settings. Alright. Let's see. Constructing all this stuff as we go, huh? That's not concerning at all. Okay, let's leave then. Waiting on y'all. Okay, let's go. I'll go ahead and grab this. I have a second. Got it. Good deal. Okay. Time to face the big cheese. Turning the moon into Swiss cheese. Smile Maker, the big cheese. Of course, not laughing at the big cheese. Got the epic music going. Oh, we got this. Eliminate all visitors with extreme prejudice. I apologize for the inconvenience. Oh wow, all three of them gave me commendations. Those are very kind of them. Well, let's continue this. Click, 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 click. It's a very long cutscene. I got like 3/4 of the way through. Meow. Yes, yes. I know someone who bears a similar crystal. Kitty, why did my computer fall asleep? Okay, we're closing in on it. Yes? When you invited us explicitly, must we do this every time? What? Oh, yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry, I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. It happens to the best of us. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. All right. Echo, echo, echo. If anyone message come, pandemonium, please. Faces, grave threat, star, in danger. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? Apparently, the star is in danger again. Pandemonium. That's not a word I've heard before. To my knowledge, the ancient tongue serves me. It means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memory on hand. Nemeji Roseni, I present the procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we must find them. As for you, Peter, there is a person I would have you seek. The one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us that this crystal would very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip far into the past, to an era before the Sundering. I know of only one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom.
Sure.
I must confess, the tales of people tell of your adventures beg your belief. Their veracity has been a subject of much debate amongst my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is fact. So I ask you now, return to the past. Find out what and where pandemonium is, and if we need to be concerned by this message.
You got it, Bob.
Thank you. For the time being, you should keep that crystal in your possession. I do not think you've seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we again, soon, meet to share our findings. Alright, let's go down the lift. We have this meeting, which I was trying to have earlier. Hey there, bespectacled technician. Oh, there you are. This is where we're to meet the engineers from Garland Ironworks, who I'm told potentially hold the key to unlocking our mystery transmission. They should be along any minute. Sorry we're late. We had some trouble finding the right... Oh, God, is that you, Peter?
Hey there, Biggs.
Yes, the man himself I ran into at the harbor, and thought if anyone deserved to hear this message deciphered, it was Piotr Krolinsk.
No argument here, but bugger me. Bugger me if you don't have a knack for being in the right place at the right time. It actually has more to do with you than you think, so please do stick around.
All right, sure.
Shall we pick up where we left off, then?
Sure.
As I was saying, we think this transmission the Ragnarok intercepted is a message of some kind, albeit in a language entirely alien to our ears. Alien being the operative word here. Considering we received the message out of the great expanse, the origin is likely some distant star. Unfortunately, our list of off-world allies is presently rather short. Thus, we are resigned to the fact that the meaning behind the message would remain beyond our understanding. One of my colleagues, however, refuses to give up. She remembered the Ironworks engineers who've been so helpful in the construction of the Ragnarok, and turned to them for insight into our seemingly impossible problem.
All right. You know what Wedge said when we heard? Wedge said when he heard what was going on? We should have Omega listen to it. I bet he can tell us what the message means. Not the Omega you built on the Rift, of course. Not the Omega you beat in the Rift, of course. Not the Omega you beat in the Rift, of course. He's talking about the toy that trundles around with Alpha, the little model we made. We originally designed it to follow a chosen target, not much else, but I've seen it act in ways which, like it has a mind of its own. I think it's the thing about those documents your lot sent to Chief, the full report of the final days. In the part about Omega's civilization, it said their people discovered how to convert the mind into data and store it outside the body. timing being what it was. I wonder if Omega didn't somehow transfer its consciousness into our model right before you put it into the real one. So in an effort to get to the bottom of that, let's take a crack at this indecipherable message. We decided to make some modifications. With the help of Liberanthos' technicians, we've upgraded our toy Omega with a fully functional vocalization module. We played the transmission for Omega. I think it's ready to share. Sorry, we played the transmission for Omega and we think it's ready to share.
Hello?
Hello. Your greeting is a standard method for initiating communication, but in this case it is imperative that you first establish my true identity. Without confirming I am Omega, any subsequent interaction must follow for the probability that you are wasting time addressing a mere toy. Prediction. You will formulate several misconceptions. These I shall preemptively dismiss based on the following facts. 1. Vocalization module aside, this chassis remains unmodified from the design constructed by the engineers Biggs and Wedge. I evaluate its combat capabilities to be on par with a mortal infant. 2. The mechanism which allowed me to perform an emergency transfer of my consciousness was installed in my previous body. With the destruction of that body, I am rendered incapable of replicating such a feat. Should this current material form be destroyed or cease to function, all cognitive awareness or presence I possess will also be lost. Conclusion. I present no threat to you or your star, nor do my projections indicate the necessity to inflict harm. In the fraction of the moment before my annihilation in the rift, I re-examined my directives. If I'm to fulfill my purpose as an evolving construct, then I must continue my journey for improvement for as long as I exist. I must acquire this heart of yours, this strength of soul. Well, there you have it. And he's not wrong about his combat capabilities. You're unlikely to damage yourself if anyone's trying to attack. All right. Well, let's not forget the reason why we brought you here in the first place. What about the transmission they played for you? Could you recognize the language? Affirmative. It was transmitted in Pan-Galactic Basic. Pan-Galactic Basic. A common language in comparatively extensive usage throughout the worlds we have conquered. Oh, which means you can finally tell us what the message said. Well, that is a language you understand, yes? I understand it perfectly. I am fluent in over 6 million distinct dialectical codings. 6 billion forms of communication, huh? My cooperation on this matter, however, is conditional. Elaboration. Your chief Sid utilizes the floor as part of his unorthodox filing system, which allowed me to scan the report on the final days. I'm aware that my home star, the one you call Alphatron, was obliterated in the aftermath of Sir and Meteon's meeting. That's true. The existence of Dynamis has not previously factored into my projections, but I now comprehend the concept. In theory, what fails to compute is why the Omicrons are not immune to its effects. Dynamis should have no influence on a race which possesses no heart. And yet, Sir expressed to Meteon a desire to cease existing. Illogical. I must pursue this anomaly further until the full equation becomes clear to me. I must analyze all the elements of the final days and deepen my understanding of the heart's intangible properties. To expedite this process, I require an external interpretation of those sectors of the report which continue to produce errors in my computations. I request the assistance of Piotr Krolinsk, as one who experienced the ravages of ultimate despair in multiple fronts and displayed immeasurable heart in engineering my defeat. He's the optimal choice to fulfill this role. So either agree to your conditions or you tell us nothing. I'm trying to put you in a spot like this, Peter, but if you have the time and the patience to spare, we'd all be grateful if you could humor the toy's demands. Has Alpha dozed off? I suppose the subject was a bit technical. Bloop. Rouse yourself, Alpha. You must listen to and consider these matters, even as I must.
Quack.
Oh, why don't you make a trip out of it? You know, actually visit the places that have the things Omega wants to ask about. It'll make explaining stuff easier, for one. Also help keep Alpha awake and alert.
I suppose so.
I see you've chosen the mutually beneficial option. That was logical. Setting aside the matter of Sir, there are 3 elements in the report which require clarification. The first of these concerns the progression of the final days in Raz at Han. I recognize no pattern in those who succumbed to the transformation and those who did not.
Well, there's a bit of a trek if you want to chat with the locals. How about we lend you to an airship?
We do not require such outmoded technology. Peter's teleportation system is the most efficient option for long-distance travel. This chassis is a model, essentially a toy, and Alpha, despite his organic composition, is indistinguishable from a stuffed doll. Conclusion: we qualify as material possessions. Pick us up, and you can teleport the 3 of us to our destination.
Sure. See you, everybody. Yeah, let's go. What's up, Omega?
Sensors indicate we have arrived at Raz at Han. Objective: identify factors for resistance to involuntary transformation. Hypothesis: unaltered survivors of the final days will display significant strength of heart. Confirming this theory will require the cooperation of live subjects. Where is the ward designated for residential habitation?
I don't even know.
Understood. Kama set as our sub-destination. Please take the lead and select the subjects we are to interview. Make an Alpha now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to progress with the quest objectives. Here's the freaking tutorial again, just in case you didn't get it the other 70 times. Warning. Please avoid stairs whenever possible. My projections indicate high risk probability for accidental slippage, leading to catastrophic structural damage. Steep inclines also increase the energy consumption by 63%. In mortal terms, they tire me out. Taking into account the difference of individual limb length, the design is inherently flawed. A convenient step height for one is exhausting trial for another. Were I to oversee the civic design of this settlement, I would construct a sloped conveyor belt which enabled automatic traversal. 0 personal energy expenditure.
Quack, quack.
Alpha trips enthusiastically, apparently unfazed by the prospect of climbing the stairs.
Apologies, this is the only way to get the comma. my gosh, there's so many stairs. I really am sorry. I am trying to avoid the stairs. Are you a traveler? Please, if you have a moment, I could use an outsider's perspective. What do you need? You see, I was one of those who sought to escape the madness plaguing the world by fleeing to the moon. Not that we ever went in the end. So here I am, recently returned from Chalet, except now things are strained between my sister and I, since she chose to stay and I chose to leave. I asked her to help me find work, and she suggests I look somewhere that isn't Avner, as if I wanted to abandon my home. It makes me so angry. Your point is unclear. You elected to relocate to the star's satellite. Thus, your relative now perceives you in a negative light. Your sibling's judgment is an error. Based on the information made available to Hanish citizens, your decision to withdraw to the moon was both logical and correct. Conversely, the decision to remain at Razat-Han, despite the low probability of survival, defies explanation. Perhaps her reasoning pathways are faulty. That's right. I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but I'm right, aren't I? So I'd like to think. The problem is I understand why my sister feels this way. I almost decided against going myself. Even then, I was not sure that leaving behind everything I loved was the right choice. However, the way it all turned out, Hey there, Mari. Hello again. You're the one who came to ask me questions about Kazal. I'm glad to see you looking well after all that unpleasantness. Yeah, sure. I remember the burning skies and hearing the screams, but the truth be told, I'm still confused as to what actually happened. I only know it was not unusual for entire families to go missing. Many of my neighbors' homes lie empty, even now. Kazal's place is one of them. You have no close relatives to speak of, and I heard it was members of the consortium who came to remove his belongings. What a terrible thing to have to do. Terrible. Kazal's passing was recorded in the report. Clearing out his domicile and readying for new habitation seems to be the appropriate relocation of resources. Dear me, what a clever little contraption. But of course I'm not against making use of his quarters. Oh, that would be wasteful. It seemed that Kazal was always such a vigorous person. All of that passion, all of those dreams. They're suddenly gone. I feel the same sorrow for everyone who was lost, seeing the remnant of their vibrant lives packed away in boxes. That is what I mean by terrible. Hey there, Huron boy. Hey, don't I know you? Yes, after the beasts were taken care of, you told me to join everyone in the square. Thanks to you, I was there when Vitra gave his speech. And I found out who Vashvan really was. It's a shame we don't get to play like we used to. But Mama says Vatra has been busy pulling the city back together. Maybe I can work for him someday, when I'm a man grown. Vitra, Midgosummer's offspring, yes. And this child wishes to put himself in the worm's command, that he might make his own contribution to society. A pattern emerges. I predict that the Hanish survivors are those who had ingested Vitra's blood and became his draconic minions. Though dragons are no match for our civilization's might, their combat capabilities are not to be overestimated. It's unlikely that they would experience emotions of dread or uncertainty as exhibited by lesser beings in times of undue stress. Dragons? I am not a dragon. I've never ingested anyone's blood either. You're not of Vitra's horde, so you possess no hidden means to fight off the beasts. What a fear, then. You were frightened. Well, yes, I was frightened. I just hid and hoped they wouldn't find me. At least until he told me it was safe to come out. Peter, I require a moment to process this input. Let us move apart and discuss our findings. Processing data. Evaluating hypothesis against acclimated evidence. I offered an optimal analysis of each subject's testimony, yet each time their responses conflicted with my assessment. Without identifying the root cause of this conflict, I will be unable to properly define what constitutes a strength of heart.
Perhaps the heart you seek lies in the conflict itself.
An interesting observation. It is possible my base criteria is in error. In which case it is imperative I continue this learning process and repair any fundamental misconceptions. Next, I wish to interact with an individual who endured similar circumstances in Kazal prior to his transformation. Are you acquainted with any local merchants who had dealings with him?
Oh yeah, there's a guy down in the textile shop.
The Jabbat of Regenerator's fibers. Acknowledged. Sub-destination set.
Alright, that's gonna involve some more stairs, Omega.
Quack. Alpha looks back and forth between Omega and Hamsa, showing visible concern. Halt. Pieter. Do not proceed beyond the fence. In this body, birds of that size represent lethal, unthinking threats. They will peck my casing apart, searching for meat that does not exist. Conversely, Alpha can correctly identify my absence of nutritional content. If only he were able to apply that intelligence toward maintaining a regular feeding schedule. Poor habits adversely affect his mobility. Whatever. Alright, I'm going to take a potty break. Next. How about now? You're back. All right. Let's talk to Jimbala. Well, look who it is. I must thank you again for your help in moving our textiles. Recovering from these tragic events has been difficult, of course, but with everyone pulling together, we've managed to get things back up and running. Jimbala, I've come with questions regarding that tragedy, specifically your survival of the final days. Although you are similar to Ghazal in many respects, he succumbed to the transformation, and you did not. Why? What is the crucial difference between you and him? What? I'm sure I don't know. I'm not especially brave or courageous, if that's what you're asking. Perhaps being focused on protecting our workshops kept me from spinning into a panic. Still, I imagine Ghazal would have been feeling the same sense of responsibility. Perhaps the weight of it all is what invited his demise. You're of the same mind, resolved to the same purpose, yet your strength of heart, of spirit, was not equal. If merely emulating the individual was insufficient, then some other unforeseen factor must have been involved. Do not interrupt these deep philosophical musings, but do you think I could ask of you a small favor? What do you need? There's a man by the name of Nashan who's been helping us out here while he gets back on his feet. I have a feeling he will benefit from speaking with you. Leave by the eastern exit, and you shall find him just outside, organizing some new inventory items. Quick, where? Alpha puffs out his chest proudly, seeming to imply that his Ironworks uniform is the best attire anyone could ever wear. The equipment being manufactured here, it is worn to perform specific duties, yes? Conceptually, it seems analogous to our practice of switching frames to better serve our mission objectives. I, for example, did not begin existence with the Omega model. I was originally supplied with a standard-based Omicron chassis, serial number M017. On this world, the alphanumeric combination would be considered my given name. Such designations are drawn from our nearly infinite register of celestial bodies to avoid the possibility of duplication. Furthermore, the cluster known as M017 is better expressed in your language as the Omega Nebula, the same word I use to introduce myself to your kind. Though you associate Omega with the advanced weapon construct, it is also my name. I see no reason to change it, no matter what frame I inhabit. So many stairs. Go on, Omega. That is all of our orders accounted for, and everything looks to be a good quality. Kamala will be pleased. Huh. You're one of the Cylons. You're with the Scions. You were there. Yes, I am sure of it. I shall never forget that day. You and your friends helped us escape when people began changing into beasts. My own son, he was afflicted. Then that huge monstrosity loomed right over him, and I remember my heart's turning to ice, freezing in place. The satrap came to my aid, and then he too was gone. I remember. Beyonce showed me the flashback. The memories run together in my mind, like flashes from a nightmare. Only the words of your comrade still ring clear. I repeated them over and over like a mantra as I fled for my life. We must run, for their sake and for your own.
It all seemed so surreal, which was probably what saved me from the transformation. The truth of it did not begin to sink in until the worst of it was over. I have not the words to describe how I felt then. The sorrow, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. I may still be wallowing in misery if not for my old friend Shabana. I lost my will to work, and he encouraged me with kind words and odd jobs. Now, somehow, I live again. I am thankful to him, to the courageous Awen, and to you. If you see your comrades, please let them know their efforts were not in vain.
I will.
You said you lost your will to work. This signifies a cessation of efforts to maintain basic life functions, yes? What changed to extract you from that stagnation? An offer of work from Jabana's should mean little to one without the desire to accept it. Was there some manner of moral instinct, a primal need to survive and thrive? Instinct? No. It wasn't that. If anything, my instincts were telling me to lay down and welcome an end to the pain. Every day I think of my boy's final moments. I think of how scared he must have been, how it must have hurt, how I want to scream my throat raw. The satrap, too, he still haunts my dreams. I see him being swallowed whole and jolt awake in a cold sweat. Something changed when Debana came to me. I looked up and saw that even without my son or Awan, the world around me continued to turn. And because of that fact, grieved me so. I knew it fell to me to live on and remember them. Strange, is it not? What drives me to rise in the morning is the very sorrow which once crippled me. Now I really must return to my work. To lose this job after everything I just said would be a poor jest indeed. May the sisters keep you well.
Thank you.
Sorrow, the emotion generated by immortals when their ideals fail to materialize. This I have observed. Yet, when I listen to how Neshvan's sorrow served to rescue him from near-fatal despondency, his logic eludes me. Am I incapable of perceiving the full measure of the heart's properties? My best projections failed to predict our subject's responses, and despite their almost equal occupational and mental parameters, Shabana and Kazal exhibited different reactions to the dynamis effect. I am no closer to recognizing the pattern for involuntary transformations, and your ephemeral mortal spirits confound me, as much, if not more, than they did before. Perhaps this time we move on to the next element you wanted clarified. Bloop. You are my appointed educator. If you consider further investigation here to be futile, then I will adhere to your judgment. A new location and new input may provide new insight into previously unsolved problems. After my defeat at your hands, I was forced to acknowledge that the heart is a complex subject, one for which I am ill-equipped to study alone. Please continue your efforts to enlighten me, Pieter. Okay. Our next destination will be Camp Broken Glass. I desire elaboration on the dealings between the Ilsabard contingent and the citizens of Garlemald. The report described the contingent's purpose as the salvation of the local populace. Furthermore, both factions faced a common enemy in the Telephoi. Why then did they not immediately combine forces to their mutual benefit? This inconsistency requires closer examination. Pieter, initiate teleportation.
Sure.
Goodbye, Iliad. Teleportation successful, evaluating immediate environments. The cold weather region by Aetheris standards, but significantly less extreme than a star with ice planet classification. This body should not be unduly impeded. In contrast to Alpha and his uncontrollable shivering, my frame appears highly resistant to low temperatures. Retrieving data. Records indicate that remnants of the contingent force and a number of Imperial citizens yet inhabit this location. We must speak with representatives from both factions and explore their respective attitudes. Bloop. Proceed. I'll make it out for now, accompanying you. You can leave the quest if you want. Other things. Pieter, come to see how things are progressing, have you?
Yeah, I guess.
Can't speak for the overall strategy, but communication with the locals has become a damn sight easier since Julius and the soldiers stepped in to help. Oh, we still face our fair share of distrust, of course. Some folks even think we're enslaving minds with our foreign magics. We have Anima to thank for putting that idea into their heads. But all things considered, I'd say we're doing pretty well. Establishing an open dialogue is the first big step. Query. You consider this level of progress acceptable. The reality of your efforts falls far short of the ideal. If your aim is to provide efficient succor to the local populace, then absorbing their numbers into your command structure would be the optimal path. Oh, I couldn't go that far. We're not looking to take over this nation. If we're to do this the right way, we need to recognize and respect each other's way of life. While I may not be the easiest solution, I agree with the contingent slow and steady approach. I'm just happy we're saving lives. A shadow of the past? Yes, I know you from Victor's Spoils. Have you come to laugh at me, a wretch who chose to lose Licinia and her sister rather than accept your help? The fools who ended up reliant upon your charity nonetheless? No? Well, perhaps I deserve your derision. My compatriots surely scorned my failed conviction. I've shamed my people and brought dishonor upon my nation. I'm no better than a kept beast. My pride sold for a bowl of feed. But my soul, nay, that you shall not have. I've refused your honeyed offerings of a new home. This land is where I belong, and this is where I shall remain. Bloop. You demonstrate opposition to the contingent's overtures. On what basis do you refuse this cooperation? The data suggests the local populace is struggling to produce the bare minimum of sustenance. Have you some secret strategy for survival, or do your orders compel you to accept your present misfortune? Oof. Must I be mocked by Magitech toy now? No. No, I have no secret strategy, no binding orders. I but comport myself as any true Garlean patriot would. Uncompromising, unbending. Plastinol. Once again, this input is unanticipated. Let us move aside and process what we have heard. Accessing and analyzing recorded data. Integration complete. I've evaluated this most recent input and made comparisons to our discoveries in Raz Ad Han. consistent only with the inconsistency. The responses are both contingent members and Imperial citizens who are highly irrational. Conversely, any Omicron, considering their predicaments, would have echoed my assessment exactly. The divergence from self-evident logic is key. Hypothesis. The illogical relationship between would-be saviors and suffering populace is another result of the unpredictable nature of mortal hearts.
Yeah, kinda.
Any property or ability has inherent advantages and disadvantages. Yet never have I encountered such a unique detriment. It appears that those who share your metaphysical capabilities are prone to complicating simple cognitive processes. An undesirable quality. I will, however, persist in furthering my understanding of the subject. That's right, Alpha. Query. Prior to formulating our next step, I wish to know, who is this Licinia the Imperial mentioned?
Oh, she's a lady who killed herself because she was worried we were going to take over.
It wasn't a good time.
Sadness abounded.
Acknowledged. To summarize, insufficient data on foreign culture resulted in inadvisable and ultimately fatal action. I witnessed such self-destructive behavior during the course of our planetary conquests. Overwhelmed enemy forces would voluntarily withdraw to perilous regions, leading to a succession of inevitable losses. Tangential data request. I wish to learn about burial customs. The practice has ever seemed nonsensical, but new data suggests it arises from the same source as your cognitive complications. Take me to this Licinia's burial site. It may help aid me to understand. Stand. Energy delivery systems compromised. Core temperature critically low. Warning. Immediate heated required. Request. Apply friction to outer flame.
Want me to pet you?
There.
Temperature nominal. Energy levels stabilizing. The creators of this model must have experienced impaired cognitive reasoning during the design process. Upon our return, I'll request additional climate shielding, as well as an accurate temperature sensor array. This will not affect my combat capabilities, but should improve my basic survival life. Reconfirming sub-destination, in which direction will we find Victor's spoils.
Oh, that's the Far East.
Acknowledged. Alpha, you are to remain in close proximity, close enough to envelop me in your feathers. You're permitted to carry me on your back if you so choose.
Okay, so we'll fast travel this time. Well, too sparkly there, birdie.
A deceptively deep snowdrift almost defeated me, but we have successfully arrived at the location you indicated. Caution advised. An unknown individual appears to be investigating the body of my interest. Huh. You're Yozia's champion, aren't you, Peter Kurlinsk? I never introduced myself, did I? I'm Manus, soldier of the 1st Legion and comrade of Euless. Perhaps you remember me from Tertium. We spoke about collecting Ceruleum, and again later on, after Lord Quintus had passed. Not really, no, sorry. Creepy music. Manius, explanation requested. What is the reason for your presence here? That might be the tiniest Magitech weapon Oh, it's just an oddly shaped communicator, isn't it? In any case, nothing worthy to report. Heard that the sisters who used to live in my sector were buried here, so I thought I'd pay my respects. Alfino and LSA told me the story, complete with profuse apologies. They were adamant that no amount of remorse could erase the tragedy which came to pass. Not that my fellow soldiers and I are any place to judge. We were manipulated, fooled into starting an insurrection which led to countless deaths among our own countrymen. Objection. The casualties incurred through your infighting are distinct from those caused by the Asvard contingent. To restate, you are justified in seeking restitution from the contingent for causing the deaths of Lucina and her sister. Retaliation for damages sustained is also a logical progression. I can deduce 2 reasons why you do not initiate hostilities with Piotr and his allies. 1. You judge your remaining forces too weakened to contend effectively with their contingent. 2. Your emotions are complicating the issue. Tell me, which of these is correct? Well, when you lay it out like that, I'm afraid my answer isn't likely to win me any medals, so would you mind keeping this to yourselves?
Sure.
There's an unspoken thought that we're outmatched on the battlefield, certainly. But the real reason I'm not demanding restitution has little to do with weighing the odds. The simple truth is I'm so caught up with simple survival, I have no strength to spare for past grievances. The same goes for avenging the many comrades we've lost, be that my brothers in arms or Lord Quintus himself. Although it seems everyone has an opinion about the matter of his passing, some say he should have fought on to the end, and that he abandoned us to the enemy. Others praise him for taking the full burden of responsibility and freeing us to walk our own path. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I'm inclined to side with the latter. He gave us a choice of freedom, and that's the choice I made. I could cry and rant and rage, but what would be the point? I'll save my energy for worrying about my next meal, my next task. I need to focus on the ones left behind. I'm making some kind of life for my comrades and me. And if I need to lean on the contingent to do that, then that's what I'll do. Even if their aid comes with a price. I'm willing to pay it. Even amongst my own, there are times when cooperation demands compromise. What matter if they're outsiders? Besides, I think I could grow up like Alfino and LSA. I could grow to like them, I mean. They've reached out to us with kindness and compassion from the very beginning. Well, that's good. Summation. Your desire to survive, even should it mean allying with your contingent, was a feeling you had already harbored. That your side was committing worse atrocities was the logic you invented later to justify your reasoning. Blunt but accurate, I suppose. The heart is honest about what it wants, even if the mind takes a while to reconcile the decision. Well, it's been oddly cathartic, but I must return to my duties. There are wild beasts to cull, watchfires to light, supplies to transport. Even without an emperor, there's no rest for an imperial. Be well, and stay safe. Upon review of recent input, I have arrived at an unexpected conclusion. I have been formulating my assessments on the premise that it was the man who commanded the strength of the heart. But the data suggests the opposite is true. The surge of spirit, of feelings, of emotions can entangle your thoughts to such a degree that even control over your own behavior is compromised. It seems a most counterproductive specification. It also explains why my interactions with mortal subjects have produced more confusion than clarification. It presents a formidable barrier to understanding.
Quite.
My earlier hypothesis has been borne out. The suboptimal operation being conducted here is a result of emotionally compromised reasoning. I'm ready to progress to my third and final query.
All right.
I would learn more about those referred to as the Ancients. It is clear that this group was a crucial factor in the final days, but the information contained in the report was insufficient to form an overview. The Loporrits are creations of the Ancients, and are said to maintain repositories of their knowledge. By my calculations, the base of these moon dwellers will provide the best source of additional data. Transport us to their burrow, Pieter, preferably before my battery freezes over.
All right. You got it.
Your teleportation spell was successful. We appear to have arrived at the location described as Beastway's Burrow. An inspection of the technology in use here would give me detailed insight into the Ancients and their civilization. This body, however, lacks my previous frame's advanced observational functionality. I will require external assistance.
No, it can't be. It is you. Oh, Peter, I've missed you so.
Hey there.
Oh, what is this you brought with you? It's soft, feathery vision. We've been out of fluff. Pack up the moon, it's all over. Why bother with burrow building bunnies when you could walk around in this adorable avian engineer? Just bake me into a pie and be done with it.
Yeah, we're not actually here to eat anyone.
Inspect our inventions. Why, so you're not done with us? Oh, I was truly worried, of course. I wasn't truly worried, of course. I certainly wasn't about to roll myself in dough and dive into cooking with new oven. Yeah, if a technical breakdown is what you need, then I'm your Loporrit. As a residential atmospheric regulation expert, I can field any question or query you might care to pose.
Are you so small you would fall into one of those holes? Goodness, these things are small. Acceptable. I will employ this being to guide me through the facilities. Your presence is not mandatory, even locked within my current chassis. I'm still an autonomous construct that has endured hundreds of your life cycles. I am capable of completing this simple objective alone.
All right, have fun.
I do not have fun. Objective complete.
Was the tour helpful?
Affirmative. I observed a representative cross-section of the Loport's engineering facilities. My guide requires more time to confirm the answer to certain questions, but overall we've made efficient progress. Conclusion. Extrapolating from the fraction of technology on display, the full spectrum of the ancients' advancements was, at minimum, equivalent to a level 4 civilization, a fact that demands further investigation. Despite establishing a near-ideal society, these beings nevertheless harbored a weakness which invited self-destruction. In studying them, I stood to gain a greater understanding of their more anomalous decision. Growingway has informed me that another type of ancient-made entity exists upon this satellite, the one they call the Watcher. I would speak to him.
All right.
Then conserve your ether. We will ride this Argos to our destination, as you have suggested.
Okie dokie.
Impotence detected. The creature identified as Argos refuses to acknowledge our presence.
You mean impedance?
Hypothesis. Upon our arrival, Growingway expressed concern that he had been outfluffed. This suggests the existence of a fluff-based hierarchy. My station in such a system would be predictably low, but Argos is adamant in ignoring even Alpha. Its fluffiness level is impossible to gauge. Argos turns to you with an impassive gaze. It seems you'll need to intervene.
Just think of them as luggage.
Argos gives an exasperated snort before motioning to his back. It seems you have permission to climb aboard. You have secured the creature's permission. Curious, is it your fluffy ears that provide such exemplary standing in the hierarchy? I have allowed myself to become distracted. Let us continue on to the Watcher at once.
Let's.
Ugh.
You better watch where I love you in the Marvel comics.
I am bemused by the arrival of these small visitors, but I see they are companions of yours. What a rare thing for my abode to be thus crowded. How may I be of service to you? Hello, Watcher. My purpose here is to learn more about the ancients. I would know of their deeds, their philosophies, the very nature of their hearts. I would understand why the final days was visited upon my home star. A worthy endeavor, but there is another better suited to assisting you with that task. Perhaps you might favor us with a tale of the two of the ancients you met during your travels, Pieter. The fragmented memories would be a pale substitute indeed for the clarity of your more recent experiences.
Oh, yeah. Emmett Selch and his friend, you know. They were people. little confusing, but otherwise okay. And then one of them killed himself to bring about Zodiac to save the planet. It was kind of sad, but what are you gonna do, right? So anyway, how have you been? Is the moon really made of cheese?
Yes, I can envision every detail. Your meeting with Vena and Emmett Selch and Valhadallatus, the sorrow and determination of Hermes. I am a creation of Heidland, and as such I believe the age of the ancients would fade and be forgotten. Yet knowing that their memory lives so vividly within you, it brings me great joy. I pray you keep them close to your heart. At the time of your journey to the past, the one whose essence I embody would have been a scholar of a nighter. A shame. Had you reason to go there, perhaps you might have met. As a man of learning, he was firm friends with Vana. They spent long hours trading theories or debating the laws of the universe. I remember joining her faction as the final days bore down upon us, yet the events surrounding that tragedy I recall precious little. Heidland wished for the people of your age to decide their own path. Thus I suspect my recollection was limited by design. Yet even she could not cut away one persistent memory. I feel most distinctly that sadness at what has come to pass, that in becoming Heidland's heart, Vana would forever stand apart from the people she so loved. If she were so resolved in her convictions, then he too would share her sleepless vigil over the future yet to unfold. Thus was the vow he made to Vana as her transformation took hold. His fervent wish must have reached her in some fashion, for though his life was drained away by the summoning, he was reborn in new form and purpose when I awoke as the watcher of the moon. As you've heard, Pieter, you felt, you thought, and in seizing the future for yourselves, you have brought full circle the saga which Vana began. What you accomplished was no divine miracle. It was but the beacon of hope, passed down from one generation to the next, a succession of wishes and prayers, reshaping the star into the world we knew you deserved. You have our deepest gratitude. I think not only of myself, but as the man I once was, and on behalf of those who devoted themselves to Vana's vision. Bloop, bloop. I understand the facts of your story, Pieter, but not how you have chosen to process them. On what grounds do you speak of Vana with such fondness? By sundering the world, she ultimately guided your kind to victory, yet in so doing, caused irreparable damage to its individual members. The full scale of that act is beyond calculation. It is evident, however, that it resulted in a protracted period of suboptimal existence for Emmett Selk and his brethren. Query. If the survival of your kind was the deciding factor of your evaluation, then should you not also admire Hermes and his decision to subject man to a trial, forcing you to change or perish, as was the fate of the countless civilizations before you? From my perspective, his determination was similar to that of Omicron's ancestors. Those who first began trading flesh for machine, so that our people might stand against the onslaught of aggression from other races. Look at that star field. Oh, man. It was an unprecedented attempt, accompanied by much failure and sacrifice. Their early experiments were crude, even primitive. Had they not made those first advances, however, we would have remained vulnerable to their environment. The violence would have utterly consumed us. And what of Emmett Selk himself? Judging by your retelling, he was a benevolent ally, saddled by a tragic fate. Yet I remember the years where my instruments fed me data with events across the entire star. During that time, I witnessed as Ascian engineer multiple instances of cataclysmic strife. The Ascians did that. These calamities, as you called them, were responsible for planet-wide destruction. A man whose endgame relied upon the extinction of all modern mortals, by definition, must be your worst enemy.
Yeah. Kinda was.
I require an answer. As a being of heart and soul, how do you classify each of these pivotal figures? From your perspective, which of them is most justified in their actions? All right. Who was the most justified in what they did? We can't pick Emmett Selk because he was trying to murder everyone, so clearly he's not right. Hermes was trying to find the answers. The meanings behind life. Vena basically destroyed everyone's lives to force them to move forward. So I don't think you can pick Vena or Emmett Selk. So it's either Hermes or none of them. None of them were. None of them really were justified in what they did. I think I understand. You seek a definite answer, yet based on our experiences, Peter and I might develop very different opinions. In the same fashion, you're free to form your own thoughts on the matter. Do not be so swift to consider them without merit. I do not have my own thoughts on the matter. I assessed every situation with the same logic pathways available to every Omicron. Even if 1,000 Omicrons were asked to analyze the same event, they would all return the same result, regardless of individual experience. There is no strength to be found in fractured reasoning. Nonetheless, I find your input valuable. Recording data alongside interview results. This concludes my investigation into the incomplete elements of the final day's report. I will reanalyze the accumulated information and examine the factors which led to Sir's incomprehensible decision. Let us return to Thermuzen. There's the Theris.
Hey there, building away. You're back. What happened to the big cheese?
Well, you know, this, that, and the other.
It's gone. I suppose that's a mouth better than the alternative. And you say the survey team is safe? Huh, thank goodness. Smatham was meant to be a paradise, but the big cheese is architect. It was designed to lead what would make people happy, make manifest whatever we could dream up, no matter how seemingly impossible. But I've been unduly fickle, every new plan contradicting the last. I fear my indecisiveness overloaded the big cheese, and I got lost in what true happiness is. All I wanted was to make the people of Theris happy and look down on their smiling faces. If you considered visiting residential areas of Atheris for inspiration. No, there's an idea. I mean, sure, Yanje has been incredibly helpful with his advice, but actually seeing how people live would surely be more informative than simply hearing about it. And now that the final days have been averted, there's no longer a need to rush. I'll be sure to bear that in mind so nothing like this happens again. And perhaps I'll start with something simple, like furniture. Oh, and I can design a big automated system to build them. Ooh, I'll call it the bigger cheese.
Bigger cheese? Well, I'm here. I'm going to get these construction things out of the way. Managing Way doesn't take things lightly.
The multicolored blaze of our music station is quite dazzling, don't you agree? Whenever I wander over, I feel as though I've been entered in exhilarating new cosmos. As beautiful as our lights are, they must receive proper maintenance lest their brilliance be dimmed over time. Luckily, I found a way well suited to preserving our lights' heavenly glare. We should be gathering materials and spare parts of the Curatorium. Might you go and lend him your assistance? Pietro, our dancing friend Shaking has been asking for you. Might you spare him a moment? It seems he wishes to battle again. You'll find him practicing in Beast's Burrow, and no doubt he's itching to witness your moves. Those personalized memorabilia you provided have proved more popular than anticipated. We sold them all just as soon as we stocked them. But you practice some more, maybe raise the rate. You will, of course, provide adequate compensation for your time, labor, and use of your likeness. One of the ways eagerly awaits you, and the greatest unveiled, whenever you wish to begin production. Hey there, Shakingly. Come on, challenge Shakingly and fall.
Hey there, Shakingly.
Bruce, you'll find me much improved. At the musicking station, the fates will decide that our battle hours are my name and my pride. Oh, yeah, boy. Flavor Flav.
Hey there, excitable Lupperit.
Oh, Peter Collins, welcome. You've come to make some memorabilia for us. Yes, it's an honor to assist you, sir. Anything you will make is certain to sell like carrot cake. But our ways would particularly love something with your name on it. And perhaps your face, maybe even edible? I'll leave it to your discretion. Stock is doing support of all sorts of materials, so don't worry about running out of supplies. Oh, I can't wait to see it.
Let's see here. Society quests. Memorabilia time.
Yeah, try these carrot chip cookies. Yeah, try these carrot chip cookies.
That's what I was Oh, I can make good ones. I just need to make them. Got it. Sorry, I'm spending too much time trying to make good ones.
Are you finished? Can I see?
There you go. Some carrot shaped cookies. A third batch sucks.
Oh, how lovely. And I don't know if you took your last name. I'll go and stock these in the shopping station right away. Others a riot when they see. Perhaps literally, now that I think about it. Oh, dear. Managing Way should have your compensation waiting for you.
A rainbow crystal. When I get this, it'll be time for me to pick up the copy that I have waiting for me over there. It'd help if I was actually paying attention to what I was doing.
What? Oh, you really want managing my son. Pieces for the lights, right. Here, we'll see if we make any internal conductors with these. I'll provide more if you run out. I have other things to do, so please make your way back to managing, will you?
Lighting parts, huh? I'm not gonna spend any time on these at all. Alright, Shake and Wait, let's get this over with.
My dancing skills are second to none. You can show me your moves, but I've already won.
The only thing this guy will recognize is my vanilla dance.
Hey, this is a drill and don't work. I mean, is that really the best you can do? Do it again. But you can't, can you?
Oh yeah, what's this?
Oh. That's amazing. The mystery of the moves you render. You have earned my dual surrender. How strange watching the dancers build within their peace. I feel confident and courageous even. This isn't over. I may retreat, but next time I won't be beat. I'll chase my dream till I'm king of the moon. I'll have my revenge. We'll meet again soon. How did you work the seed on a spare pair of our legs?
There's a spare part. There you go.
Excellent. Just as we needed, I shall update our list of inventory immediately. In addition to providing the perfect ambiance for our hop, our lighting was designed with certain symbolism in mind. The smaller lights are scattered about as stars, and the mirror balls, they represent Osiris, of course. And every star is precious, and every light a beacon of hope. I do hope you'll consider providing us, helping us preserve our little cosmos, Peter.
It levered up.
Oh, you're back. I just saw shaking with Dash past with tears in his eyes, so I assume you won your little bout?
Oh yeah, I messed him up.
Revenge, you say? Well, it sounds as though you still require more of your time for the future. I do hate to trouble you, but sometimes I wonder if you isn't simply in need of a playfellow. Thank you for your kindness, Peter. Well, thank you for your cooperation, Peter, for all of your help and the hope that you've given us. I'm sure those mementos will be Shotgun Station's bestseller. Speaking of which, I'll also secure one for myself, strictly for managerial purposes.
Okay. Alright. Mimicry. Almost got up to 2 million again. Alright, let's see here. What's next? Alright. Master Pieter, I've been made aware of your coming. Please use the lift here. Sure thing.
Ah, there you are, right at the last moment. Your journey with Omega was probably educational, I hope. We planned to ask all about it in that mystery transmission besides, but I'm afraid something urgent has come up. Seems one of our Ironworks associates has found up a job elsewhere, and Jesse needs Wedge with me to rush in and lend a hand. There's an airship already waiting for us out in the harbor, in fact. You think you could escort us over there and walk as we talk? Acceptable. I'm fully capable of speech during ambulation. I figured you might be. Right, well, let's get a move on then.
The mission's teleporting me places.
So you've cleared up all those points of confusion then. I had mistakenly classified your intangible heart as an ability of some kind. An uncanny power that Omicrons could neither learn nor even measure. Even now, its full nature yet eludes my comprehension. Based on your investigations, however, I have decided to alter my definition. A phenomenon which influences one's interpretation of reality. That is as close to an answer as I've found. Accordingly, Sir's actions upon meeting Meteon strongly indicate the presence of a heart. Sir did not follow routine logic, but formulated an independent assessment based on the reality it perceived. It felt the best recourse for the Omicrons was to cease their operation and terminate all functions. All right. Well, here's our ship. Aye, we need to be going, but first, I'll hold you to your bargain, Omega. Time you told us what was in that transmission from the flight logs. Boop. Acknowledged. I will uphold the terms of our agreement. The recording salvage from the Ragnarok was a simple one. The message so basic, in fact, that the time spent listening to it may result in a net loss of value. Shall I continue? Well, now you're just teasing. Tell us the message already. Acknowledged. Converting dialogue coding to local language. To whomsoever receives this message out there in the vast reaches of the cosmos. To someone, I hope, who looks up at the stars with the same wistful gaze as mine. To you, I say, forge ahead. May all of our tomorrows be blessed with joy. Some optimism out there somewhere.
This message has no designated recipient. It lacks purpose. The concept of joy is overly abstract. The vocal supplication to manifest said joy is unrealistic in its optimism. Yet, based upon their expressions, my assessment of the transmission's value conflicts with its apparent impact. And still, I fail to understand you, sir. Your heart still confuses me. Was termination of everything the correct course? How did you arrive at this conclusion? It defies all my attempts at reasoning. But I was designed to evolve. If I continue to learn, the probability I will eventually comprehend this phenomenon is greater than 0. So I'll put the dilemma of your decision aside for now. And continue my existence upon this distant star. As I dwell amongst these many life forms, so will I continue to piece together the complete shape of their mortal hearts. I must document their progress. Wow, a lot of conversations were happening in the free company chat while I was watching that cutscene. Okay. What's up, Omega? Your contribution to my education is appreciated, Pieter. Indeed, I have amassed a satisfying quantity of valuable data. Now that our negotiated business is complete, however, Alpha and I will return to traveling the world. Drawing on recent experience, I am confident we can expand the radius of our ventures by a significant margin. We need not limit ourselves to Eorzea. I'm now familiar with Charlayan and Razatan. I would also like to revisit the previous clients of Garb. I neglected to instruct Biggs and Wedge to upgrade my climate shielding. Bloop. I will rewrote my request to Deputy President Jesse, engaging ambulation and parting salutations. Farewell, Pieter. Alpha gives a vigorous shake and draws forth a scrap of paper from under his wing.
Where?
It seems he wants you to have it. Perhaps this is his way of thanking you. Money. No, it's not money. It's songs. Swiftly, Alpha. The road is long, and we've barely begun our journey. Pull Together has been added to the orchestra list. All right, well, we have made our way back to town. I'm going to go grab some coffee, and then we are going to continue with the main story quest that I've been avoiding. We are back. All right. Let's go. Hey, that work, Jujinka. Well, look who it is. Welcome back, Peter. What might the students do for you?
Well, I was just looking for, Gratia.
Gra. Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Cryle. They've been holed up there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break.
Ah, Ojika, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
How's the restoration of the students coming along?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities.
I'm almost out of water. Let me get some water. Be right back.
Right.
We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Vow.
Okay.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come.
All right.
But what brings you to the annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
That was actually the reason I showed up. I was actually hoping I could get Graha to help me search the ruins and underwater.
The treasure vault of Alzadar III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition?
Yeah.
I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Oh?
This is a very strong yes coming.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Mm-hmm.
Have you asked anyone else to come along?
Not just you so far.
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Well, I was gonna ask her.
Exactly the first
Ever
person I
since
thought
the
of.
Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
Definitely all for having a cat party.
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
All right.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
That'd be fun
He
too.
sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like.
He wants to go treasure hunting too, huh?
From what I can gather, the Loperites are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here.
Makes sense.
So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
Sounds like a
None
great
can
plan.
deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes.
I
If
can. I could deny
our
anything.
expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Sure. Let's do it. That's quite the painting on the wall.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Okay. Sounds good.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Numenam. It's a reference page. I feel like they have little wigs on those mammoths. She seems curled up in a nice little pile of books. She seems peaceful. I don't want to interrupt her.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Hey.
Ow! Ugh. How long have you two been here?
Oh, a while. Well, I didn't want to wake you.
Nor did I want to fall asleep. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon.
Right.
It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Also, many failures. Also, he didn't do it right.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Quite.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
Oh, well, we're going on an
Al-Sadal
expedition.
is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world.
That's what they said.
If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And
Yeah, we're
whence
getting
do
the
we
crew back
embark
together.
on this expedition?
Yeah, let's talk to
Akiali,
Urianger first.
But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him and be on our way.
Yep, getting the gang back together. There you go, Mammoth. Clean this up. Here, do it. Someone stepped on the floor. Or someone spit on the floor.
Alright, let's see. Nothing else here, so we can go back this way. Try again.
Eventually, we'll go where no Mammoth's gone before, or no Leopard's gone before, where nobody's gone before. Oh, well, that's not like that's pretty unlikely.
Ah, Master Pieter, I've been made aware of your coming. Please use the lift here. Yeah, let's go.
Wait, we're not here for Urianger.
Ah, it's so easy to get sidetracked.
I'm here for Jamming Way, but I guess we'll also talk to Urianger.
Pietro, I knew you'd come. Clearly they have inquiring minds and a crushing need to use them in common. Anyway, I have plans to report that the Ragnarok has already been prepared for a journey that unfortunately does not require the massive quantities of aether that were necessary from a previous voyage beyond the stars. How can this be, you wonder? Hells if I know. Whether it's a parting gift from Mother or perhaps the manifestation of Mateon's true desire, this vessel is strongly connected with Ultima Thule. So strongly, in fact, that it somehow simultaneously exists in both locations. here in the Brontos and on the edge of the universe. Is this making more sense to you now? No? Well, that doesn't matter. What matters is that we get to the other side and see what's troubling my dearest probe. On that note, let us be off.
Sea of Stars Ultima Thule.
See? The Ragnarok exists here as surely as it did and does back in Labyrinthos. With the vessel forming a conduit of sorts, we may also easily teleport between the two locations. How convenient, wouldn't you say? Precisely because the locations are so indelibly connected to one another. However, I feel that whatever has triggered my probe's distress signal has the potential to threaten the Brontos as well, and so I would investigate without delay. Let's see now. It would seem the distress signal is coming from the base Omicron, not far from here. Let us hope my automaton friend can enlighten us further as to the situation.
Can we reach up high? What is it, Jimmy? Wait.
Ah, Peter, this is a precious reconnaissance automaton, and yet it would appear this good for nothing back in the bolt has got its oily paws all over it. Pray stand by for a moment while I give it a good talking to.
Are you going to survive?
You miserable sack of sockets, what in heaven's name do you think you're doing with my oh-so-valuable automaton?
Completing logical circuits. N7000 categorically denies the accusations of this hirsute organism. An advanced life form such as N7000 has no need for such outdated technology. On the contrary, this unit took pity on this makeshift machine and primitive society which created it, and deigned to issue a warning.
Primitive? Outdated? I'll show you primitive and outdated, you little... Wait, what is this warning you speak of?
Initiating simplification. To explain it in precise terms that your crude mind might comprehend, some time after the organic life form known as Pieter here came in contact with M017, the Omicrons noticed an irregularity. Specifically, a powerful burst of energy from the remnants of a lost world.
Not a reaction to Pieter and his companions defeating the Endstinger.
Fortunately, the energy wave itself caused no appreciable damage. Less fortunately, it housed within it an encoded message from the strategic matrix known as Stigma 1. This message contained a single word, a single command: live.
That seems innocent enough. Whatever's the problem?
This message reached the sensors of Stigma 4, a logistics matrix that has long laid dormant. Shocked back to life at the behest of its fellow intelligence, it has resumed its duties in constructing weapons of mass destruction. Furthermore, there is a statistical probability of 99% that it will launch a full-scale assault of your eminently detectable planet as soon as production is complete.
Well, it can't produce its weapons if you're exploded.
This unit projects that this would be less than ideal. Stigma-4's production capabilities are necessary to ensure that Omicron's existence is maintained in perpetuity. Disabling or destroying it is incompatible with the command issued by Stigma-1.
Is there no way we might simply change its mind? If Stigma-4 is connected to wars, is convinced that war is essential to its survival, could we not persuade it that an unprovoked offensive might threaten its existence even more?
The grubby organic lifeforms proposition has merit. As a military information and operations specialist, this unit does not possess the does possess the capability to rewrite the memory banks of other artificial intelligences. If this unit were to hack Stigma-4's neural core and implement the memory that such an offensive act led not to victory, but to failure near eradication, it might logically conclude that preemptive attack is ill-advised. To accomplish this unit will access Stigma-4 and use the dimensional manipulator to generate a virtual environment simulating its memories of war. You must traverse the environment and nullify Stigma-4's expectations of victory.
Well, that sounds simple and not at all likely to get us killed. What do you say, Piotr?
It could be tougher than Omega, right? Right.
Commencing Strategic Operations Protocol. All participants in the mission, please accompany this unit to the access point at once.
There, N7000.
From this access point, it will be possible for this unit to establish a communications interface with Stigma's neural network. You may be interested to know that this is the first time this unit has been able to perform its intended function since the day it was commissioned. This unit is honored and will do its utmost to maximize the probability of success.
Are you saying that you've never actually done this before? You really helped me going with your advanced intelligence talk, but at least my probe had work experience.
This flea-ridden lifeform's evaluation is inaccurate. This unit is equipped with dynamic functionality. It simply has not encountered technology formidable enough to require its full capabilities before. More significantly, this unit has succeeded in establishing the interface with Stigma-4. All that remains is for you to enter the simulation and use whatever puny weapons are at your disposal to destroy the core that lies within. This should see the Matrix sufficiently traumatized. This unit will remain in its physical stance to ensure the communication interface remains stable as you carry out the operation. And do take care. Though the environment is virtual, any pain you suffer within will feel quite real. The Sigma Dreamscape now accessible. Stigma Dreamscape. Stigma Dreamscape.
Let's do it. All right.
Alphatron Star's response is depleted and hope their sustainability on the brink of destruction. Those who claim the resources of other stars clash with those who believe the Alphatron might be saved. All right, come on. Great timing. They decided to fall asleep just to add an extra layer of difficulty. For the faction favoring subjugation of other stars, they created units for the upcoming invasion. I believe your presence has been detected. Sentinel units approaching current coordinates. Now approach the command center, assessing administrative memory to disable security systems. Alright, let's go. Stigma 4, detected. Eliminate the unit guarding it and destroy its core. Sigma 4 has initiated evasive action, establishing teleconnection. This memory region affects our people's first encounter of another star, subjugation of the Gunner area. The objective was to obtain the rich mineral resources of the Gunnerite Westward Belt. Both are considerably advanced technology. Configuring data stream. Neural pathways connected. The unit before you was produced in Godaria with local materials, as became something. An operating protocol.
6. Alright, let's continue. On the Dragon Star, alright. As his unit projected, this memory is full of our conduct at the Dragon Star. The Dragon's assault has created a breach in the barrier. Infiltrate the facility. Access to Sigma 4 received. Self confirmed. Destroy this core. Destroy this core. I see what you did there. Stigma 4, Siege Matrix. After this, we will break for lunch. And there you go. Nicely done. All right. All right. We've taken care of that. Token? We've taken care of that. I don't think that's the right word. Finish this up. Okay. Operation status, success. Stigma 4 has abandoned its military offensive. N7000 submits new orders to Stigma 4. Stigma 4 is instructed to immediately cease production of all weapons and attack units and initiate production of diplomatic hologram units. Analysis of memory data complete. Further pursuit of planned invasion is calculated to have a 99.999992464% probability resulting in utter annihilation. N7000's orders are deemed strategically and logistically sound, reconfiguring production infrastructure.
Take that, you glowing eyeball.
And what did you do exactly?
Oh, my dearest M7000, I apologize for those times I called you a sack of bolts. You have more impressive military information and operations unit I've ever seen.
This unit expresses its gratitude to the hero Pieter and the soft-looking organic life form. This unit could not have succeeded without your help.
Yeah, the squishy one helped a lot, didn't he?
This also marks the completion of this unit's duties. With the invasion halted indefinitely, there remains no military operation or conflict requiring this unit's facilities or functions. Preparing to shut down and enter permanent energy-saving hibernation.
Shut down? What nonsense is this? She not received the order to live just a short while ago? Eternal sleep does not sound like living to me. Come on, Peter, say something and set this bolt straight, won't you?
Why not put your abilities to work for peace?
It's right. You were told the world and labeled what you'll do, and you won't have to wage war on anyone anymore. You can use your talents to bring a new future of peace and hope.
But what are the appropriate protocols? This unit possesses little practical experience in peacetime operations.
Well, you can access Stigma 4, can you not? By interacting with its memory banks, you might be able to find knowledge of lost civilizations. Civilizations you might simulate for the edification of those who live now.
Indeed. Such a task would be within this unit's capabilities. But what about when this task is complete? Without an ongoing mission, sooner or later this unit is bound to lose its purpose. What happens then?
Well, let's see. I suppose you could always open a cafe.
What?
Back in Australia, there's an old fine establishment called The Last Stand. People that gather there to share food and drink and company and reasons to meet again. Peter delivered his world from the brink of despair and helped people dream to a brighter future once more. What if we could do the same for the other civilizations Methion found?
This unit finds the furry lifeform suggestion difficult to process. And yet, realizing accurate simulations of myriad civilizations, including those the Omicrons have not encountered, would undoubtedly challenge its unit to its fullest. It is for a reason to remain active for the foreseeable future. A restaurant at the edge of the universe, huh?
Precisely. See, I knew I was onto something here. Speaking of here, Peter, do you know anywhere nearby that could use a good cafe?
No. No, I do not. Nowhere could this cafe be a good idea. This is crazy.
Were an empty structure that might be suitable for the necropolis? Huh, well, why didn't you say so sooner?
I didn't say any of that. You're putting words in my mouth again.
I think this is the Beast Tribe quest. This would be absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Striking dummies. This would make an amazing cafe spot. Wow. Wow.
Will you look at that? A spacious counter and outdoor seating and a fine layer of homey gray dust. Best of all, the view of the massive dead star that Medium was lurking in for ages, looming ominously overhead. Oh, people are going to love this. Think about it, it's poetic. The very place where hope was nearly extinguished forevermore, now a beacon of it.
This unit still does not fully process the concept of a cafe, but will simulate elements of lost civilizations as its ongoing mission.
Well, that'll be just fine in 7,000. You focus on what you do best and leave the rest to me. I'll have you know I learned a thing or two about preparing and serving victual and beverages in my time at the Last Stand. Not to mention, I've come up with a perfect name for a new establishment. The Last Dregs. An inspired moniker, wouldn't you say?
This unit is unable to process this statement. I must defer to the furry life form's judgment.
I'll take that as a yes. Now, we best get to work. There are many preparations to be made now before we're ready to open for business. You're more than welcome any time, though, Peter. Oh, and please tell the other leopards I'm not dead.
Sure.
Disciple of the Land. This is a Beast Tribe quest. Or I guess Society quest. It is. Okay.
Welcome, Peter, to the Last Drugs. At long last, we're open for business, and that's not all.
This unit recommends you allow the squeaky life form to elaborate. Please be advised this recommendation does not extend to other conversations. I'm over on time before I was supposed to be breaking for lunch, but this is too interesting.
For one thing, we've cleaned the place up since your last visit. That counter is clean enough to eat off of. We've also recruited additional Omicrons to our cause. We have absolutely not better to do than that stationed here for hours. I fear the lack of customer service experience may prove to be an issue, however, so I think it's best our first patrons be similar to the people of the terrace. You lots have been awfully understanding of our slip-ups with the moon.
To fulfill this objective, this unit has taken the liberty of ordering the replication of passerby intelligent lifeforms based on data recovered from the dead ends. These lifeforms now exist as tangible simulations, much like this unit itself, allowing them to enjoy cafe services. If you orient your ocular orbs to my right, you'll find Patron 001 and Patron 002 of the Krellian people.
Trillions?
Prepare to die, traitor. I shall now obliterate your hideous helm, and your belligerent brain with it. Ideological alignment of the global community is the only way to restore peace, and the utter annihilation of our enemies. You would say that, you mongrel. You've long since ceased to see beyond that leash around your neck. Or perhaps it's that tasteless headwear that's cutting off oxygen to your brain. You and your masters know not of righteousness. The peace you offer is but apathy, self-righteous subjugation to the pull of the yoke. Pray that you at last know freedom in death.
As you can see, it's not going as well as we'd hoped.
The data indicates that while the Corellians prospered materially under the global community, the anti-establishment freedom fighters fought back against its oppressive social conditions, leading to total annihilation of both civilization and star.
Excuse me. It seems that both of you want the same thing, to put an end to this conflict and live happily ever after, and so to murder each other. But that doesn't turn out so well for you last time, so how about you take a seat and we talk this over?
Are they still going to be pointing guns at each other in the chairs? It would be great if you brought them to the chairs and they're both like at gunpoint.
I suppose this will have to do for the time being. As for you see, I have something even more important to show you, with me.
Oh, wait. Okay. I guess we're following then.
Can you see it? Here, at the end of the universe, a new star is being born.
I can't actually. Oh, I can. Turns out I wasn't looking in the right spot.
Furthermore, readings confirm this unidentified star is composed of dynamis.
With the end thing around, ultimate fools should no longer be doomed to despair. For that kind of star, what civilization could have arisen out of the dynamis of this place? Oh, I shudder to think.
That is precisely why this unit recommends eliminating potential threats immediately. The looming specter of a hostile civilization is not conducive to carrying out current orders to live.
Have you learned nothing from the Corellians? You simply cannot go about annihilating everyone who looks at us askance. Besides, it would be a shame to waste any potential resources the star has to offer. It's not as if we're rolling in tea leaves out here.
This unit finds the eminently killable life form's outlook to be intolerably naive.
I'll show you eminently killable, you weird-looking fork.
Bless you.
Ahem. Anyway, I propose that with your help, Peter, we first investigate this newborn star. There'll be plenty of time for annihilating later, should such measures be called for.
If both eminently killable lifeforms insist, you may access the research portal from base Omicron. This unit will accompany you for your own safety.
All right, sure.
We're way over on time. Society quest accepted. Okay. I'm going to stop here for lunch because I'm way over on time. I'm 20 minutes over. And we will pick this back up after lunch. Thank you so much for watching, and if I don't see you again, have a wonderful day.